Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. The Design Review Board public meeting of January 24th, 2019 is called to order. Please refrain from talking among yourself during the meeting. Please turn off or put on vibrate all cell phones at this time. If you need to talk, please leave the meeting room. Anyone who wishes to speak, including applicants, on any of the applications to be reviewed today are asked to completely fill out one of the speaker cards provided at the table by the front door and submit it to staff. It looks like something like this. You will be asked to speak by the board when your case is called. Anyone who wishes to be re-noticed about a project in the event of a return for redesign or a continuance by the board must be completely fill out one of the postcards provided at the table by the front door and submit it to staff to receive notice of subsequent meetings. The card looks something like this. Current DRB agendas are available by visiting our website at www.glendaleca.gov. A handout describing the procedures of the meeting, possible board decisions, and DRB appeal is available from staff. This will be roll call. Board Member Arzumanian?
Yes.
Board Member Simonian?
Present.
Chairman Benlian?
Here.
The agenda for this meeting was posted on the bulletin board outside City Hall at or before 5 p.m. on January 17th, 2019. Do we have any oral communications from the board? We have no staff announcements.
We're just going to talk about the case that's going to be continued, right?
We have a case located, if there's anyone in the audience here, for 3120 North Verdugo Road. Is there anybody here for that case? Okay, that case is going to be continued to February 14th without further notice. Again, that 3120 North Verdugo Road, case number PDR 1801572, will be continued to the Design Review Board meeting of February 14th without further notice. So we have two items on the agenda, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, we'll go ahead and start with the first case, PDR 1802928-B, 2651 Verdugo Road, and we'll start with the staff. Go ahead and Dennis, get us started.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As usual, I'll approach the board to give a brief presentation. The project before you is a proposal for a new two-story, approximately under 2,700 square feet, single-family residence. It will include a one-car garage that's going to be attached, as you can see in the floor plan here. It's going to be at this location, and it's also going to include a two-car detached garage, which is a little bit under 500 square feet. This project was brought to the board last year in July, and it was and it's here today for a return for redesign. So this is the second submittal. Just to go briefly into the background of the property, as you can see from the plans, it has an irregular shape, like a pie shape. It has two street frontages on two unimproved paper streets. So at the north of the site it is Don Carlos, and on the south of the site it is North Verdugo, Del Valle. Surrounding the property is from the north, the west, and the south are all R1 zone properties with single-family residences, except for the south, which has multifamily development, which are two-story in height as well. Across North Verdugo Road and to the east are R1R zone properties, single-family zone hillside properties. Just to break into site planning, just overall, we feel that the proposal is adequate for the irregular or the unusual site. So we feel that the contemporary design fits well with the property. The project conforms to all zoning setbacks and requirements. One thing I do want to point out that Verdugo Road is technically the street side setback. At its closest point is about 6 feet, which conforms to code. It does have a extended right-of-way length. It's approximately 6 feet, so it will have an appearance of a setback of approximately 14 feet, which gives that appearance. Just to move on to massive scale, so I'm going to move the screen here. As you can see, here's the new plans and the old plans. As you can see, the roof design has a flat roof. It varies in height, which is consistent with this contemporary design. It has planters at the north garage here, concealing the garage, which helps conceal the garage location and reduce apparent length. And I'll kind of break down what has changed since the last meeting, but I'm going to kind of continue how staff feels about the proposed design. Just quickly in design and detail, we feel that it's appropriate to the contemporary style. Some of the materials that they're going to include are smooth and textured shotcrete. The smooth shotcrete will be at the main dwelling, and the textured shotcrete will be at the detached garage with textured shotcrete at the planter. The only one that's going to be painted is the white one, as you see in the garage. Since we last saw this from the design review board back in 2018, one of the conditions were to break up the building mass of the east facade, which you can see from here, and consider reducing the overall square footage and providing the different treatment at the north garage, among other possible ways to accomplish the goal. So you can see at the old plans here, the detached garage had the appearance of being connected. It has a sliding gate, so it used the material to mimic the previously material here at the sliding gate, and it had the appearance of being connected. The applicant has removed the sliding gate and moved the garage approximately 10 feet further away to help break up the mass of the garage and the main dwelling. Revisions to this, the previous material had the shotcrete here, which is the smooth. They're going to provide now, it's going to be a textured shotcrete and going to be painted white. If anything, it's going to be, anything different is going to be the texture. Condition number 2 was provide a warmer material for the screen walls at the east facade to avoid the sense of visual monotony and help break up the facade. In lieu of the fiber-reinforced concrete screen walls, as you see here, they're proposing now the metal screen wall, which you see here. Condition number 3 was provide a finish other than the paint for the concrete walls. As you can see here, it has a white tone along the facades. They're proposing to have a natural gray color which is, of the shotcrete. And then the only places, once again, it's going to be painted is at the garage, which is going to be in white. Condition number 4 was provide a better detail or section drawing of the concrete, the wood roofs to clarify all aspects of their design. As including your packet, they provide various section cuts at A32 and A4. The old plans are here as well. Same drawings, A32 and A4. Number 5 was reduce the height of the chimney so it's equal or lower to the 2-story volumes in keeping with the residential scale. So the previous drawings they had, I think this was about 28 feet tall. He has reduced it to be 25. However, it's still above the 2-story stature of the building, which is not necessarily conforming with the board's condition from the previous meeting. And the last one is the applicant shall investigate an alternative material, non-light reflective material to avoid glare onto adjacent properties and public right-of-ways. Once again, they proposed a metallic finish, and they're still proposing it, but this time, so the board gets a feel of what the material is like. They brought a sample of it, the sheet over here, which you're more than welcome to take a look at it. Overall, staff recommends approval with these conditions. One is that the wing walls and the roof cover supporting by the ring walls that are located at the southern and northern ends of the building are to be significantly reduced and should not extend no more than 10 feet in either direction. Now, what I'm trying to say here is we want to reduce the mass of the garage. So we're talking about this portion over here of the garage and also over here. When you look at it in the site plan, let me scoot this over so it's centered. The applicant has a design feature as having wing walls at the garage door opening here. This is approximately 14 feet, and they have another wing wall at the northern portion of the garage, which is about approximately 34 feet. So we're saying to reduce the mass that's perceived from the street, we can see some areas here being reduced to reduce the size of it. So that would help out with some of the board's concern. And number two,
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Is the intent to lower the height so it doesn't kind of have that kind of an elongated look to it?
staff is recommending is shorten the length of it to be no more than 10 feet.
Linear feet.
Linear feet to have a wing wall designed to it, but then reduce the length of it.
Yeah, understood.
The last two are about the chimney, and they're echoing what was previously said before, which is to the height of the chimney to be reduced so that it's equal or lower than the two-story volume. And the last one is to investigate alternative materials other than the proposed metal materials you see there on your right. And that concludes staff recommendations and conditions. If you have any questions. please let
Any
me know.
questions for staff?
Yes, the polished metal, is it only occurring where the chimney is?
That's correct, the chimney only.
And, yeah, if you could slide
Sure.
the plans over, so we'll have the elevations and the plans for discussion. Thank you.
Stars William, any questions? I have a question. What was the square footage of the old proposal?
Let me look at the old
Okay.
staff reports. Do
No problem.
you have any other questions?
No, that's it. So we'll go ahead and open up the public hearing and we'll start with the designer and the owner, Artem Gulasyan.
Hi, everyone.
Hello.
Artem Gillespie.
And you'll have, how long does he have? 5 minutes?
I can do it in 2.
15? Okay, yeah, go take your time.
First of all, we're kind of happy that you guys sent it back for redesign, because I'm a lot happier with what we've come up with now, especially with the details. And I think last time the biggest confusion I felt like you guys had was with the material, so we tried to bring as much as we can. We drilled a hole in one of our projects to bring it.
Artem, you've got to stand. Well, I guess you can if you ask.
Oh, can I go over there?
You can.
So the smooth, this is actually the shotcrete wall from this wall right here. It's not those holes, there's another hole behind here that we drilled. And this is the smooth finish that you get. It's dirty, but you get the idea. And then,
He's kidding, he is kidding.
where's the camera?
And give us 10 repetitions.
You-
You guys are
So-
tough.
Yeah, I wasn't expecting this. I thought they were.
You didn't expect him to pick it up, though. He starts doing reps with it.
This is also shotcrete. It's the textured portion of the project, and both of these methods were used on one of our projects that we're building right now. And if you want me to go deeper into how the shotcrete works, I could do it.
We understand.
Yeah, okay. And then as far as the screen wall goes, we switched to this. It just solves a lot of our problems.
So these are hollow?
Yeah, it's gonna look
Yes.
exactly like that. This is,
Okay.
imagine if this would continue, you wouldn't have these things. This
Yeah,
is just
I
for the,
understand. But would that be sufficient for the noise and for,
it's not as good as concrete, but I'm happy with it.
okay.
We'll put a fountain instead for the noise.
You might get a lot of wind
Yeah.
reverberation.
Well, I'm gonna have them at 2 or 3 foot panels. So we'll have these posts happening at every maybe 2 or 3 feet.
If you bend the ends, you might get some more rigidity out of it.
Like that one, right?
Right.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
this is like, imagine this is like a slice, so I guess it would be bent at the end.
Right.
Um,
I have a question about your shotcrete, the textured one.
Yeah.
Is that a stamp you're
Oh, hold on.
you're putting on?
So, no, this is an actual formwork. It's grape steak. It's the cheapest wood you can buy, but it's beautiful.
Yeah.
And then we reuse it to make fences and other things.
Got it. Okay.
any questions.
Anybody has any questions for the designer?
No?
So I do. I was just wondering, the last two conditions that is being repeated in the new project, is there a reason why they weren't addressed?
I mean, I tried to address as much as I could get myself to agree with, but I didn't agree with those conditions.
Okay.
Okay, so I have a couple of questions for you.
Sure.
The square footage, the old proposal versus the new proposal, do you know the difference?
Me-
So the previous was about 2,283 for the first level. This proposal has increased by 121 square feet. The only difference here, as far as the bigger one, is the two-car garage, where that has decreased by approximately 120 square feet. So it's almost like
about
a
the
wash.
flush?
Yeah.
Okay, so it's about a wash. Okay, and the last question I have, one of the conditions that I think Ms. Osmani touched up on the chimney, I mean, the height, you didn't agree with that it needed
No,
to
the
come down?
material portion of it. The height, I reduced it.
You reduced it?
Yeah, but the whole purpose of the chimney is to create a vortex current to suck the hot air out. If I reduce it, then I might as well just get rid of it.
Okay,
It defeats the purpose of having that. It's not, the purpose is not to have a chimney.
Okay.
We don't, I mean, it's
We-
more for sucking hot air out.
we got it. Thank you.
Thanks.
Next speaker, Bob Critcher.
You got it, yes. I think I'm still concerned about the reflective material that goes on the chimney. It just seems to me that it's going to stand out, and when the sun is beginning to set, it will create maybe a hazard to people driving or going by, but certainly I wouldn't want it to affect the apartment house that's right next door.
Agreed.
That's my only comment.
Thank you. Next speaker, Catherine John.
Good evening. My name is Kathy. Sounds weird. My name is Kathy Yurka, and I'm here on behalf of the Verdugo Woodlands West Homeowners Association. Thank you for the opportunity to comment. I'm here to ask you, please, to require the conditions that have been requested by staff to lower the chimney height, and it may be that it's not there to serve the function of the chimney, but as you commented before, it's really out of scale with kind of residential construction. Also, I think it is important to change the chimney material because of the glare, not just for the neighboring residences, those across the wash, but also for drivers. And I think reducing the wing walls and the roof covers is a good idea as well. I did notice that you were interested in seeing a square footage reduction. This is a very large house relative to the neighborhood. I think the average is around 850 square feet. The largest is 950. In other words, the largest house is roughly the size of the garages. And so I think someone at the previous DRB meeting had referred to it as looking a bit like a substation. And I thought that was actually kind of pretty accurate. I kind of wish I'd thought of it. And I do think, I mean, I don't have a problem with the design per se. I think it is wildly incompatible with what surrounds it. And if it is going to have this look, I think it would be better to make it a smaller substation so that it would just, it's very, very prominent where it's located. And I know that this is a neighborhood that has multifamily residences, but it's still a residential neighborhood, and I think it should blend in. The last comment I wanted to make is about the Mexican fan palms. Those are native to areas that have permanent surface or subsurface water, so those are not drought-tolerant trees. They are also susceptible, the fronds are susceptible to snapping or uprooting in strong winds. As you can see, and I tried to count them in the plans, I think there were at least 15. I don't know how accurate that rendition is, but these trees are going to be pretty close to the street. And cities are moving away from having palm trees, especially ones that get to be 100 feet. They grow very quickly on streets simply because the fronds can come down and injure people. So I'd ask you to reconsider that element of the landscaping, if you would. Thank you.
Thank you. So we can have the applicant come back for rebuttal. We don't have anybody else want to speak on this case? So we can come back for,
Regarding the palm trees, I have a friend who owns a palm farm, and they have about 4,000 palm trees that they need to get rid of. So I'm kind of saving the palm trees. So that's the purpose of the palm tree. Because they have date palms and then the California palms, and the California palms are shading the date palms, and they're not producing as much dates as they should. So they're going to get rid of them.
you want to address?
The city wants more, some I can bring you some.
You want to address the other comments about the chimney and about the
I mean,
material?
we can do a tinted polished steel, or maybe a brushed steel. I guess that
How
will
about like
reduce
a
the glare a
brushed
lot.
Matte finish.
Sure.
Where it
And
has
maybe
no
even a darker color,
reflectivity
huh?
to it.
That's fine. I think that'll be fine.
That helps. Any questions?
No, well, yeah, I do actually have a question. You had mentioned, we understand kind of the thermal design that you're trying to achieve here, using natural ventilation, et cetera. You had mentioned that there's some sort of a minimum height that is necessary in order for the system to operate efficiently. So now you're down to 25 feet. What is that height, out of curiosity?
It's, see, you mean the
The optimum
ideal
height.
height, optimum height? I don't know. It's an experiment, but we'll find out if it works.
Have you done any kind of mechanical studies on it to see?
No, but because of the
If
river and the
25
valley
foot-
we have there,
This is the experiment.
the whole thing is an experiment, yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you. So we'll go ahead and close the public comments, and we'll start deliberation. We'll start with you, Mr. Simonian.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I do remember this project vividly from last time, and I'm glad you brought some of the samples of the materials, et cetera. I think there's been a good improvement from last time. In this board's opinion, I think we were having a very hard time with the screening being a masonry material, and it was just so monotonous before, and it's such a linear design. When you have such a long building and you have it monotonous to begin with, it really pops out. And so I think you've done a good amount of variety to the massing, et cetera. I do think some of staff's comments are good comments insofar as it's already long enough. And so the idea is not to add to that length. And then if those wing walls become shorter and you're able to perhaps achieve further privacy with landscaping instead of a built structure, it probably would blend in. In regards to this chimney that keeps on coming back, we're very, personally, I think what you're trying to achieve has some merit. However, I do think that it's worthwhile doing studies before you build it. And I think engineering-wise, you could conduct those studies. It's possible. It's an ancient form of ventilation that's been used for a long time. Certainly, many examples of it in ancient Persia. But nonetheless, what the exact height is, because I know those had a lot of height to them. So I'm not sure what that is. That's why I was curious in this kind of a setting. So I think it would make sense for you to study that before building it, because if it's not going to work at 25 feet, why even build it at 25 feet, right? Yeah, your design would equally suffice at a lower height where it's not as prominent of a feature, especially if it doesn't have a function to it. I do think that it makes sense to have a completely matte, non-reflective material to it, and I think that should be a good condition. And that way, when you're going about doing your design, it doesn't really impede on the surrounding, neighbors. But overall, I'm pleased with the direction. I think overall, it's a passion project, and you're putting your heart and soul into it, and you're going with it. As far as the landscaping is concerned, I think our intent is to have drop tolerant. It's a mandate of the planning department and really of the city. It's a good thing you're saving the trees, but the idea is to conserve water on a long-term basis.
Recycling the water.
And so that's something I think of concern, but I'm going to leave that up to staff. If it's allowed, then I don't really have an issue with it. I do know we have some set rules regarding drought tolerance plans, and so we could talk about that at the end, but if it's gray water that is utilizing, et cetera, I guess it's not as big of an issue then. But overall, I support the project. I think it's a very unique design solution for a unique site. I mean, it's an awkward site, so what do you do with it? No matter what design you put forward, it's going to be very linear. And if it's linear, I think it's a very good example of a linear design, because these are the type of homes that tend to be very architectural, and they tend to be very design oriented. And so it is an architecturally significant home, whatever that means, right? So I have no problem with the differential from the surrounding neighborhood because of its exact location and where it is, and it's a remnant parcel. So I think with all that said and put together, now that you've provided your difference in design and the colors and the materials, it's actually going to not as pop out as much, and so you've alleviated my concern. So I support the project.
Thank you, Mr. Simonian. Ms. Arzumanian?
Thank you. I wasn't here for the first round, and I really liked the project when I was going over it, and I do believe, as Mr. Simonian mentioned, the step that you took really did address the previously indicated conditions besides the two that we just brought up. I do support all three conditions. I think further reducing the wing size and the walls, it will further improve what you're trying to do. It is a regular size, and the lot is actually bigger than the average lot in the area, so the design seems to work, given all the circumstances. I will want to see the reflective material to be gone, so it would help with all the concerns, and it's legit. It may be a safety issue and all the other ones. And chimney, if it's not functional, then I'm with staff, right? But if it's something that has a function to it and needs to be, that it's going to be accomplished at 25 feet, then that's a different story. But if we don't have an answers, then I would much rather, I'll be more comfortable with the stated condition for the chimney. No.
Thank you. So I will start by actually commending the designer for listening to the conditions, and I agree with you. The design did improve dramatically from what we've seen last time. It was disappointing to see that you didn't address the easiest conditions, like you addressed the stuff that took you a lot of time to redesign, and just changing the material to a non-reflective and lowering the height. This is like the easiest thing you can do. So I think with that, we're going to go ahead and condition the height of the chimney and the material of the chimney. At that point, will make it easier for you. You have just one direction to go. Other than that, I agree with Mr. Simonian. This is a passion project, and I think it's going to be very unique. And I actually know a project in San Diego that's done on there's this triangle lot somewhere in, I don't know the exact location, but it was like 4,000 square feet. So it's non-buildable lot, basically. And the designer, or the architect designed a triangular building that became a real nice architectural building. So it was also a concrete building. I like the design. I think it fits the lot, because it's irregular and awkward, and there isn't much you can do. And I get that you're forced to that linear design, but again, the mass had improved dramatically, but by what you did. But I think if you take in consideration staff's comments, I think it's gonna you're gonna agree with us next time because it's gonna take it to the next level. That scale, it's gonna losing some of the height in the wing walls and shortening them. I think it's gonna help the overall scale, and it's not gonna look awkwardly long. Just your scale and proportion is gonna be even better. So I have no issues. I think the materials are of high quality. I think it'll be a high quality design. I wanted to see the house get a little smaller. It didn't. I get that. Maybe this is your residence and you didn't want to lose some of the program, so I get that. But I think reducing the mass on the garage side and reducing those wing walls, that's going to go a long way, and it's going to take it from good project to excellent project. Other than that, I also appreciate the fact that you brought this heavy material here just to show us. I think that's appreciated, and I appreciate the model too. I looked at it before the meeting. It's well done, and you can see the chimney is awkward. You need to this thing need to get way shorter, and or if it disappears altogether. So these are my comments. I'm in support of the project, and I think I support all staff conditions, and we'll just make sure that I guess the chimney is handled also in staff condition, but we'll make it like specific to what material we want to go with. And I will go ahead and entertain a motion.
But before you do that, if you're thinking about specifying a material, and we could read back to you.
I think Mr. Simonian did already.
Some sort of a non-reflective, matte, non-polished material is what we're looking for that's not reflective on the chimney.
Okay, and then just one thought that we had was, the board want it to coordinate with the other existing cladding materials, for example, the shotcrete, or would it be, it's okay for it to be any material, any color, as long as it's not reflective?
I'm sorry, Mr. Plant. What section are you referring to? What the second part of the question?
The question is, do you want to be more specific about the material to say that it's harmonious with the other materials on the building, or would you be open to a red chimney that is a matte finished red chimney as an example?
I think the intent is for it to be matching and be in a similar color palette as the rest of the material.
Important
probably
for our
grays, right?
Yeah, we don't want to magnify or accent the extra mass.
Okay, and
That's
then
not
the other question about the chimney height, Board Member Orzamanians was okay with the 25-foot height if the applicant can prove that this will actually function as he expects, or do you, or?
We are going to lower it, I think, the direction that we're thinking to match the.
We didn't hear consensus on that, so to match the staff condition?
Yeah, my point was if it's going to be functional and do what they want for it to do at that height, then that's a different discussion. But if that's not proven and it's not part of discussion, it's off the table, then it should be reduced.
Okay.
So should be reduced.
I'm more with staff's condition. It needs to match the second story height, or if it's not functional at that point, then the applicant can do whatever he wants to do. But it's just awkwardly tall.
That's fair.
Okay.
I agree. I mean, had the applicant said he's done some studies and it does function, and it is functional, it's a different story.
Yeah.
Yep.
But I don't think we want to create an experimental kind of a situation. I was thinking, is it within our preview to ask for studies and some sort of a, mechanical study by a licensed engineer for staff to coordinate with? But I think that's getting complicated.
Yeah.
So
I agree.
I'll go along. I think that's a great idea of sticking with staff's conditions. And if staff then later feels as though there's enough proof or whatnot, then we'll leave that up to you guys. But it's a good idea to just stick with the conditions as stated by staff,
Okay.
adding the material change.
And then in terms of the palms, we're going to have a condition that says staff will verify whether the specific species meets the current standards for drought tolerance, and if not, then we'll work with the applicant to find a substitute.
Correct. He did mention in the drawings are indicated that he is recycling water. It's even indicated on the sections. So in essence, he's not drawing from city's water.
I'm not sure that we'd have to
I
check
don't know.
to see if that
Yeah.
helps. It should, you'd think, but I don't know that it officially does.
Well, staff will verify if it's compliant with WCOLS or bewaterwise.com. If not, the palms are going to go. You know, so.
Unless there's a provision for recycled water, but I
Right.
haven't seen that.
Yeah. Sounds good. I'll go ahead and entertain a motion with the staff stated conditions.
I move to approve the project with the stated conditions.
I'll second it.
We have a motion by Board Member Arzamanian and a second by Board Member Simonia. This will be roll call. Board Member Arzamanian?
Yes.
Board Member Simonia?
Yes.
Board Member, or Mr. Chair Benlian?
Yes.
Motion carries 3-0. Move this out of the way.
Good luck.
Well, all of this can stay at Glendale.
We're gonna go ahead and call the next case on the agenda.
These can stay.
Well,
'cause
They
mine
might
will
need a
not.
minute to grab their stuff.
We'll leave it here.
No, but you do need to take a picture of it and send it to Dennis.
Yeah.
So,
What, take a picture of what?
all, each of these pieces. Yeah.
All my stuff's here,
Thank you,
so
Dennis.
I can stay there for now. It's not a big deal.
Thank you.
Congratulations. We're ready when staff is ready.
Okay, I'm ready.
Do I have a card from the applicant?
Have you guys filled out a speaker card? Oh, they're right there, and then just give them to Brad.
Okay, we'll go ahead and go to the next case on the agenda, PDR 1810309, 3912 Ramsdale Avenue, and we'll start it with staff presentation.
Okay, good evening and thank you. This is for the property located at 3912 Ramsdale Avenue. The applicant's proposal is to build a new one-story, 1,124 square foot single-family home with an attached two-car garage on an existing lot in the R1 zone, floor area District 2. The existing single-family house will be maintained on the property and converted into an accessory dwelling unit, ADU, in accordance with state law. Originally developed in 1906, the project site is an 8,860 square foot flag lot with frontage on Ramsdale Avenue. The site currently features a one-story single-family house that will be maintained. There's currently 4 oak trees located on the project site, with one proposed for removal due to its location within the building footprint. An indigenous tree report was prepared for the project by the arborist of record. The report, as well as comments from the city's urban forestry department, are included with your packets. Staff is recommending a condition of approval that the applicant comply with urban forestry department comments that were dated January 14th, 2019. That will require the applicant to obtain an indigenous tree permit prior to construction. Additionally, the applicant is proposing to install 4 new oak trees noted on the landscape plan. These 4 new oak trees will serve as mitigation and are required by urban forestry to essentially make up for the loss of the 1 oak tree. In terms of site planning, the project site planning is influenced by the current conditions of the property, which include existing oak trees, the fact that the property is a flag lot, which limits the buildable area. The building footprint is appropriately sited on the lot in such a way as to address zoning regulations, including setbacks and parking, while minimizing impacts to the oak trees. The project features an attached garage located and accessed via a new driveway along Ramsdale. At the front of the property, there is an existing river rock retaining wall that's located in the public right-of-way. It spans across the subject property to the neighbor to the south. A portion of this wall does have to be demolished for the required driveway. The new attached garage will be accessed via a 90-degree turn, and the overall design is integrated with the new house, with the garage door perpendicular to the street. Staff is recommending a condition of approval that the submitted landscape plan be revised to properly address new and existing planting materials, including the ground cover, and that all new landscaping shall be drought tolerant. As it relates to mass and scale, the proposal is to build a one-story home with an overall height of 18 feet 9 inches in a neighborhood that features both one- and two-story homes. The massing is broken up by changes in facade planes and material cladding. The proposed hip roof forms are compatible with the style of development and consistent with the existing house that will be maintained. The use of a 6 and 12 roof pitch is consistent throughout the design of the new house and with the existing house being converted. A staff recommended condition of approval will require the roof plan to be revised to accurately show the 6 and 12 roof pitch. In terms of design and detailing, the surrounding neighborhood features a mix of styles, primarily traditional and minimal traditional style homes. Given this context, the proposed design of the new house is appropriate to the neighborhood. The entryway is well integrated into the design and features a covered porch with a recessed single-door entry. The new windows will be block frame, fiberglass, brown in color, and are a combination of hung, casement, and fixed windows. The new windows are going to be recessed in the opening. The proposed materials for the new house feature cement board siding, smooth stucco, asphalt shingle roof, and a decorative river rock veneer wainscoting at the base of the new house. The new driveway will be a decorative permeable paving material. Staff is recommending a condition that the amount of paving be reduced only for necessary walkways or driveways. Specifically, there's a large concrete paved area that's between the west property line and the two buildings, and that area should be minimized and replaced with landscaping. As it relates to public comments received, I received one email this evening. It is from the adjacent neighbor at 2951 Hermosa. And you can see that property on the site plan drawings. They submitted a letter along with several photos for your consideration, and they have several concerns, and I don't believe Mr. Nelson is here, but I believe his wife will be speaking, so she may be able to touch on that. Staff is recommending approval of the project with conditions as noted in our staff report. That concludes my presentation. I'm available for questions.
Thank you. Any questions for staff? No questions. We'll go ahead and open the public hearing, and we'll start with the applicant, Aiden Najib.
Board members, staff, my name is Aiden Nagibi. I'm the designer of the project. I think the case planner Vista explained it well, what's going on. And I think I'll be open for answering any questions specifically from you guys.
Okay. Any questions for the applicant?
Not right now.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker, Paul Ray.
Thank you, Board. I am
Name for the record.
my name's Paul Roy, real estate appraiser since 1988. Some experience with dispute over property lines. But my measurements and the plot map, while they may be correct, sometimes the development and structures there can be a little bit off. So the main concern that we have is we're not in a high-density area. We're in a single-family area. I mention that because high-density living comes with the understanding and acceptance that if you're having some outdoor enjoyment, the neighbor next door to you is going to be in close proximity. In single-family living, there's a understanding, or at least a hope, that there's going to be a buffer area. I mention this because the topography, the level of the property, the proposed improved property is the surface, the ground area is level to the patio. If they raise that foundation up to match the entry-level area of the upcoming house, that would raise their foundation about 3 foot. Yes?
Mr. Chair?
Go for it.
Where do you, can you point out which property you reside in so I could follow your argument and discussion a little better?
Yeah, can I approach?
Sure.
It is this, right here.
So, sorry. So it's this one, 2951 Hermosa, so then it's this one right here.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. So this is the patio that we socialize in a lot. Yeah. Because the house is small, we spend some time outside. The main concern is that while it's a 6-foot setback from rear, and they've even gone to 7 foot, which is fantastic, the main concern is, are they measuring that from the street, or are they measuring it from the fence at the rear of their yard, our fence? I ask that because our fence is not on our property line. There's some natural hedges there that we use as a sound buffer, and when we were building the fence, instead of putting it on the left, because it was an open area up until this time.
Just not
Yes.
to cut you off, it's typically from the property line, and staff can clarify that further.
Yeah, so when we measure the setback, it's measured from the building wall to the property line,
So from
not
the,
to a fence.
From
Sometimes
the
fences
property
are on
line,
a
not
property
the side.
line.
so
but
from the street to the rear.
Correct.
Okay.
Property line, not street.
Property line.
Understood. Okay. Then that is
Your time is up, so wrap it up.
great. The other part is those hedges are a natural buffer. The fence that they're proposing is it's a 6-foot limit, but if it's on a 3-foot foundation wall plus a 6-foot fence, that makes for a 9-foot barrier is not acceptable.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker, Haley Nelson.
How much time do I have? How much?
Go for it, and we'll see where you're at.
So I
Your
just want to
name
give
first,
you,
please.
my name is Haley Nelson, and I was born and raised in the house at 2951 Hermosa Avenue. I am back in the house. I've spent about 18 years out of the house, but I will be buying the house from my brother, buying his half out, and my husband and I are, that's my friend, but my husband and I are planning on retiring in this property. The thing that has always been the draw of the house is the outdoor area. The house itself is small and crammed. It was built in 1951, small closets, small rooms, small bathrooms, everything's small. It was the outdoor space, open and private. We have owned that property since 1963. So for my 50 years, when I step outside, it's always been a certain way. I understand they're building a house, that's great. My concern also is that our fence comes down from the street. Like, we would like to have it surveyed to know exactly what our property line is, because our fence along the back where their property would be hits a wall It comes straight down, and then it juts into our property. And so it zigzags to go around the hedges that were there since I was a little girl. Because when I was a little girl, there was no fence there, and I would run and play in the yard, in a neighbor's yard, climb their trees. So it juts in, and it was built around existing hedges that were there. So my concern is that, like Paul was saying, is our property line what exactly is our property line? Is it on the other side of the hedges? Is it on closer to us on our side of the hedges? Just to make sure, because I really would hate to lose the hedge. It's a tall hedge, it needs to be trimmed, but it is a natural privacy barrier that would help shield white reflected, like sunlight off of houses. I'm very sensitive to that. And also our concern is that they are going to be up. So there's been a lot of mulch accumulated. Our properties were fairly level, but now overall that property has been ignored for 50 years, that particular area. There's been a lot of mulch and accumulation, so it sets a little bit higher than ours. It's actually eroded some of the fence. And if they build so the architect I had spoke to one time said on our side, we would have a 9-foot wall. So what has always been open and beautiful with trees for 50 years is now going to be a fortress. So everything for us is changing. We're going to have a patio right next to our patio where my husband and I go talk privately if we're having issues. There's going to be, so everything's going to be changing. If we can avoid, if they could build down instead of building up, so we could have the traditional 6-foot fence, so we don't lose the privacy of them. And there's so much to say. Our master bedroom is the closest area to the new construction. They will be able to look right into our bedroom, right into our den, and right into our backyard if they don't build down a little bit instead of building a 3-foot retaining wall and building up. And we could alleviate some of that loss of privacy and just soften the blow a little bit.
We got the idea. Sir Simone, and you have some questions.
I have a question. It's hard, you've lived there your whole life, so you have a really good understanding of where the fence is, where the hedges are.
I know it's hard for you to visualize.
What we do have is a survey, and in the survey, it depicts the property line, and it also, I believe, depicts the fence. So if I could have her come up for 1 second,
Please.
I think I can answer, you might be able to answer your own question.
Okay.
You come up for a minute.
Sure.
Second. So this dash line is the property line.
Okay, let me get my bearings.
So this is your house, I believe.
Okay.
So this is the property line, and then this is the wood fence, more or less, as far as what is depicted on the survey, because they were surveying this property and not this property. So it was hard for them to, I would imagine, get the rest of this. So I'm not sure where your hedge is,
It's on the other side of this.
Okay. So that hedge, part of it is probably in your property and part of it is in their property, because as you could see, there's not a lot of room, maybe a foot or so. So depending on how wide that hedge is, if it's more than a foot or two, it's in their property, FYI. So with that, I think if you would go back to your pedestal there, I think we could try to see if there's any other questions from the board.
I would just like to request that if there's any way to accommodate the hedge so that it can remain, it is.
No, we got your point.
Okay.
Do you have anything else you want to add?
And just also, I just don't want to go from what we've had, and I know it's changing, like, please don't get me wrong, I'm not trying to ask them not to build their property. But to go from openness and privacy to, to the barricade and the lack of privacy.
We get that, and we'll address.
I don't mean to be difficult,
We'll address that. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
If I may, I just want to clarify one thing so it's clear on record. The site plan drawing that we have is the site plan drawing. The architect may be able to clarify, but I don't know that that's taken from a licensed survey since we do not require surveys to be prepared for R1 houses, so the architect may be able to speak to that. The property line dimensions and the information was verified against county records and city records with the engineering base map, so they are on par, so the information as far as property line locations and stuff are.
I'll ask the architect
Okay. Sorry,
to
just
come
wanted to
up here
clarify.
and just clarify that. Come on. Just your name.
I got the letter from
Your
the
name?
neighbor, Aidan Nagibi. So just introduce myself. Yes, before we start the project, we have done the survey by a licensed California surveyor. So everything on the plan in terms of the site plan setbacks is based on the surveyor's stamp survey. So we went based on that. That's the first question. Second question, if you want me to
Go
clarify that,
for it,
because I got
please.
their letter. So about the raising the foundation from the 0 point of the finish grade, the reason was because that's a natural flora area. There are a lot of oak trees. So that raised floor gave room for the roots to breathe, basically. So that's about the building, and all the surrounding could stay on a natural level, so we don't have to raise the soil as well.
Okay, so, go ahead, Simone. I have a couple of questions, but you might ask them before me. Go.
So, as a clarification, you're raising the house on a, you have a crawl space underneath the house.
2.5 feet, 2.5.
And you're not really changing the existing topography of the property in relation to the rear property line, the hedge, the fence, et cetera, that they're referring to. That portion of the property is going to stay the same level.
Very minor cleanups, maybe just take the dirt out. There's like bushes and stuff, but the natural soil will stay there. And their property actually has been disturbed already, has been leveled. So that's why our property is more on natural soil. So that difference of the elevation between two properties could be maintained by a small retaining wall, and the rest of it could be between two owners to resolve how they want to go.
So okay, so you just now said, no, there is going to be a retaining wall. So is there going to be a retaining wall, or is there not going to be a retaining wall?
If they want to build the fence, that's their agreement. So we didn't propose any fence between them. So
Okay, so as proposed, as the drawings are proposed, as the design is proposed, you're not envisioning a retaining wall, and there's just going to be a natural transition between this yard into the neighbor's yard. Understood.
Okay, and just to clarify, so the hedge that she's speaking about can stay as is?
if they agree, that's between the two,
Okay.
two of them. Yeah, that's not my position to.
To the best of your knowledge, is that hedge part of your property or the client that you're representing, or is it part of the adjacent property?
Portion of it from the northern part to the south part, it's just delineated a little bit from our property, but I think that the portion that we're building, the fence is inside our property.
The fence is inside your property. And what sort of fence are you proposing? What sort of a fence are you proposing? Did I just hear you say fence, or you're not proposing?
Yeah, that's existing fence.
Existing fence.
Okay,
Talking
so
about
you're
the
not
existing-
proposing.
I'm not proposing any fence there, yeah.
Okay, so
It
the
could
existing
stay-
fence is staying there.
That's a covenant agreement between them. If they want to do it something later on, that could be done. But that 9 feet that the owner, the neighbor was referring to, if they want to provide a fence there, it has to be some 3 feet retaining wall to retain those two, and then fence built of it. So we didn't propose anything, but answer to her question. So
But does it have to be 9 feet? I mean,
It doesn't,
can be,
I mean-
can be a 3-foot wall with a, with
3
another
foot.
3-foot fence. Okay.
put the hedges and stuff.
I think you've answered, any other questions?
And then there's another concern they have about the bedrooms, that for the privacy, that's on the very end of their property, southern part. So they have a bedroom. So our design was, we have a kind of a bedroom to the end of the property. So both properties looking at each other in a very small 3 feet sharing with 2 bedrooms, basically.
So
So
bedroom looking in a bedroom as opposed to bedroom looking in a living area.
in a living area, yes. So that's about it. And then number 5, they referred about the 3912 is a very big, large of property, but this property is a flag lot, same owner, but the property is legally subdivided into 2 properties. So this property doesn't go all the way to Ramsdale. So there's a stem going towards the driveway. Just to clarify their points that if, I don't want to.
And stay up here for a moment.
Sure.
I have a question for staff.
Go for it.
Is it, I was going to suggest to the architect, because of what's been brought forward by the adjacent landowner about the hedge, et cetera, if the architect could maybe speak to their client to see if they'd agree to the hedge staying in place as a way to kind of alleviate tension between neighbors. And I was wondering if that's in the preview of this board, to, let's say, place a condition saying, you know, the hedge shall remain between these two properties at the rear.
I don't think we could put a condition telling the neighbor what to do with their property. You can certainly indicate that you're interested in them having a good neighbor relationship. You could also, if there's a new fence being built on this property, which they're not sure that that will happen, but if that were to happen, you could have a condition that no fence shall be over X number of feet, or something like that.
That would, that would help.
Yeah, yeah, if you would, you could either speak to your client, or he could come up or whatnot while we're talking or whatnot, but yeah, if they have no intention of removing that hedge in the foreseeable future, then it's really not an issue for everybody to be concerned about.
I was there when the neighbor came, and the owner was there too, so we three of us had a little discussion on the site, and I guess they both agreed to repair that later on. So come to an agreement to do something, because it's already not safe, so it's falling apart. So that's something I think they need to work on if they want any specific design that concerns the city planning department, so we can accommodate and bring the plans.
Okay, sounds good.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, guys.
No problem. Anybody else in the audience that want to speak on this project that didn't speak yet? You have something to say?
I just want to say that Haley Nelson, 2951 Hermosa Avenue, I just want to say that it was in talking to the architect that he said that they would have a 9-foot fence. There would be a 3-foot retaining wall, so now we're going to be looking at a block wall. The fence that is existing, like I said, it comes down, it juts into our property to go around the hedge. If the fence continued straight down, it would be on the other side of the hedge anyways. But we were concerned because he told me there would be a 9-foot
It looks like there is
fence.
some kind of miscommunication.
And we had asked, we need to replace that fence. We have 3 dogs. It is rotted. There is only a fence, a finished fence on our side. They never did anything to the other side of the fence. And we had told them months ago that we wanted to replace the fence for safety for our dogs because our little one was getting out. And they said to wait because of this project that was happening.
We got it. Thank you.
Thank you, and I'm sorry. Thank you very
No,
much.
no
I
problem.
appreciate
Thank
it.
you. So we'll go ahead and close the public, and we'll open it up for deliberation. And who wants to start? Someone?
Sure. So overall, this is a very modest design, and you know, you're keeping the existing dwelling and you're adding on the rest of the site, and so I don't really particularly have any issues with the design. In regards to a future fence, I guess, I would support a condition, as you stated, Mr. Bellion, that the overall height of a fence shall not exceed 6 feet, and that would be 6 feet total with its base retaining wall plus the fence, in which case you would be alleviated of concerns that a 9-foot fence is going to pop up on the other side, because we would be conditioning a 6-foot fence at the maximum.
We can't have.
We can't have cross communication, but we're talking about height, not horizontally, height. So their fence would be limited to 6 feet, so I would support that. Insofar as the conditions, insofar as the material is concerned, I don't particularly have an issue. As I said, it's a modest design, and I support it with that one added condition.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Simonian. Ms. Arzumanian.
Same comments. Don't have much to say about the design. It's a good fit for the lot, and it's a good design. And just my concern was the issue brought up with the fence or the wall. So having that condition, I think would help both the neighbors and the owner, and if they can work together.
So you're in support?
Yes.
Okay, so Mr. Platt, can you give us a read of the conditions that we have?
Well, I believe there's support for the 5 staff conditions.
Correct.
And then the additional condition will be that any future fence built at the rear property line will not exceed 6 feet in height, total height.
Yeah. Okay. Then I'll go ahead and entertain a motion.
I'll move to approve the project with the stated condition plus the new one.
Plus
I'll
the added
second it.
condition. Okay. Roll call.
Board Member Arzimanian?
Yes.
Board Member Simonian?
Yes.
Board Benlian?
Yes.
Great, thank you.
Thank you. That was a record time. So motion to adjourn.
And there's no minutes for
No
tonight,
minutes.
just for the board.
Motion to adjourn.
Second.
Second.
Adjourned.